The title of my report is Construction of Bilingual Teaching Hierarchy Mode based on Flipping Classroom Concept. I am Rongle Yao from English Department, School of Public Fundamentals, Jiangsu Vocational College of Medicine. Flipping Classroom is a brand new teaching mode in which teachers and students interact and communicate to jointly complete troubleshooting and knowledge construction. In the turning over classroom teaching mode, teachers play a more guiding role in the complete teaching activity. Corpus provides a wide range of learning resources for bilingual teaching, while Flipped Classroom provides a new teaching mode for bilingual teaching. The construction and application of this mode will further promote the deep integration of information technology and English curriculum, and promote the transformation of college English teaching concept and the reform of English curriculum system. College teachers should play the positive role of technology as much as possible to improve the quality and efficiency of teaching and promote the reform and development of teaching mode. The keywords of this paper are turn over the classroom, teaching methods, college English. There are 4 parts in my report. Part 1. Introduction. With the rapid development of information society, many fields have changed with each passing day. In the field of education, information technology is also quietly changing and the teaching mood. Educators are constantly trying to optimize the teaching effect through the use of information technology. From the perspective of application results, most flipped classroom teaching practices have achieved good teaching results. Flipping the classroom is to use advanced video and network technology to move students' learning forward, complete the absorption of knowledge, and complete the internalization of knowledge in the classroom, which is another major change in teaching philosophy and teaching modes in the electronic era. Turning over the classroom teaching mode is simply a change to teaching mode, and teachers play a more guiding role in a complete teaching activity. Under the background of information technology, new educational concepts and teaching modes are sought to provide powerful external conditions for the smooth progress of educational reform. The relatively relaxed learning environment in colleges and universities has attracted more and more teachers in colleges and universities. Teachers and students in colleges and universities are more likely to meet the requirements of turning over classroom teaching, and learning is no longer limited to classrooms. In higher education institutions, there are sufficient research funds and research teams. So, in the process of education informatization, universities should bear more responsibilities. The new education and teaching mode, respected by the flipped classroom, is gradually being carried out and explored in colleges and universities. The teaching evaluation mode of the flipped classroom and the ability of teachers to implement the flipped classrooms have become issues worthy of discussion. Part 2. Feasibility Analysis of Flipped Classroom Bilingual Teaching. Students are the leading role in the whole learning process and are no longer passive recipients of knowledge in traditional classes. Students in a classroom through group learning and cooperative learning to complete and understanding the absorption of the knowledge learned. Reducing teachers' teaching time and leaving students more time for learning activities in the classroom is another core feature of turning over the classroom. The implementation of flipped classroom not only needs the support of information technology, but also needs microclass as a carrier. Turning over the classroom reverses the process of imparting and internalizing knowledge in traditional teaching. Flipping the classroom can give full play to the main role of the student's learning and significantly enhance the communication and interaction between teachers and students as well as between students. In personalized learning under the reversed classroom teaching mode, students become self-paced learners. They can control the choice of study time and study place. They can also control what they learn and how much they learn. Students also help to further consolidate and improve their interpretation skills through the internet and hope to receive personalized guidance from teachers through online communication. The internalization of knowledge is put into the class and completed under the guidance of teachers and the cooperation and exchange of students. Flipping the classroom greatly improves the interaction between teachers and students, and between students and students in the classroom. Because students conduct a certain degree of in-depth learning of the courses to be learned through teaching videos in the classroom are mainly students' questions, teacher answers, and discussion and communication between students. Flipping classrooms have flipped over the teaching form and subject contact teaching, and the role of teachers has also changed. When teachers evaluate, the interactivity in the classroom becomes more effective. According to the teacher's evaluation feedback, students will learn about their learning more objectively. In this case, teachers need to provide students with the necessary learning resources, design enlightening questions, and targeted practice questions for students, so that students can complete the knowledge acquisition before class, so as to prepare for the absorption and internalization of class knowledge. As a new teaching mode in the teaching environment of information technology, flipping the classroom emphasizes the application of information technology in teaching and the information literacy of teachers. In the flipped classroom model, the content taught in original classroom is complete before the class through network technology, on the basis of not reducing the transfer of basic knowledge, enhance the interaction between teachers and students in the classroom. Using interpreting corpus-related software, teachers and students can obtain statistical data more intuitively, so as to objectively analyze the actual use of the language. Teachers' attitudes towards flipped classroom teaching and teacher values also affects teachers' ability to implement flipped classrooms to a certain extent. Part 3. Construction of hierarchical mode for bilingual teaching. Teachers should focus on students as much as possible when designing flipped classroom teaching. Through a variety of effective teaching activities to help learners understand and internalize knowledge, improve the effect of classroom learning. Teachers should draw a learning path map according to the actual needs of students and the requirements of the syllabus, and make a series of high-quality micro-courses based on the path map. In the classroom, teachers should adopt various teaching methods to carefully design classroom activities and mobilize students' participation. As a new teaching method, the core of flipped class is the internalization of knowledge in class. The application of the concept of turning over the classroom in English teaching can break through various disadvantages of traditional English teaching, greatly promote the interaction and cooperation between teachers and students, and thus improve the quality of English teaching. In order to make more effective use of multimedia, students should internalize what they have learned and truly realize the individuation of their learning. There is a need for a more perfect and scientific college English teaching mode. Flipping classroom has reversed the structure of traditional classroom teaching to a certain extent. It is a way for students to learn knowledge by watching microclasses or other ways before class. Compared with primary and secondary school teachers engaged in basic education, college English teachers have relatively high academic qualifications and ability to accept new things quickly. As the implementer of bilingual teaching, a high-quality team of teachers is a strong guarantee for the quality of bilingual teaching, while for the general science and technology, colleges in the West, the shortage of compound teachers is the primary problem facing bilingual teaching. From the perspective of students, college students are more capable of autonomous learning and self-control than students in the compulsory education. In class, teachers will help students to complete the absorption and internalization of knowledge. After class, students will be allowed to consolidate their knowledge. Most college teachers with a certain language and teaching knowledge system are able to combine their language learning experience to a large extent to realize innovative teaching of college English. Part 4. Conclusion. The teaching of professional knowledge in higher education should be aimed at different students according to their aptitude. For example, appropriate teaching should be adopted for different courses and different students, and enhancing the interaction between teachers and students is the common goal of various teaching scenarios. With the advancement of educational information technology and the reform of college English teaching in our country, The perfect hardware configuration of colleges and universities can also meet the requirements of implementing flipped classroom teaching mode based on microclass. Flipping classroom teaching mode is established in a relatively free environment, which can effectively promote communication between teachers and students, thus enlivening the learning atmosphere in classroom teaching and improve their learning enthusiasm. Teachers should carefully design all links before and in class, fully mobilize students' independent learning ability, use process evaluation mode, let bilingual teaching achieve immersion teaching, and then achieve the goal of training international talents. The implementation of flipped classroom also puts forward higher requirements for teachers' professional development. Teachers should not only have the ability to master modern educational technology, but also scientifically and reasonably allocate the relevant modules of each teaching. Only by accumulating the experience of flipped classroom in practice can teachers and educators gradually improve the flipped classroom teaching mode suitable for bilingual teaching. These are the references of my paper. This is the end of my report. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to deliver a lecture. The title is Construction of English Multimodal Classroom in Colleges and Universities under Big Data Environment. And I am the author, Li Mei Ma, from Foreign Language Teaching Department of Ningxia Medical University in Yinchuan, Ningxia of China. Here comes the abstract first. With the multimodality of college foreign language cognitive style and dimensions, China's higher education curriculum reform also has higher requirements for the traditional class teaching system based on practice. It is of great urgency and necessity for teachers to establish effective teaching concepts and guide classroom teaching to realize effective teaching. Under the background of big data, the current traditional British teaching mode does not meet the application requirements of independent colleges. Massive open online course and micro-teaching have become trends in the field of education. The introduction of multimodal discourse analysis theory brings new ideas, methods, and teaching design to English teaching. College English takes classroom teaching as the main body, and the collaborative application of multimodal discourse changes the rigid explanation mode. Based on the analysis of the integration of big data and multimodality in the current college English curriculum, this paper has initially formed a theoretical framework for the construction and evaluation of multimodal classroom environment in China. Teachers need to use their rich working experience and profound knowledge to create a good learning atmosphere for students. And the key words are multimodal classroom, English teaching, and big data. First, let's have a look at the outline. Here are the parts. First, we have the introduction, and after the multimodal analysis of college English classroom, we may mainly focus on practical exploration of multimodal English classroom. And after that, we have to draw the conclusion and list the references. So now, let's start from the introduction. With the multimodal cognition and dimensions of college foreign language, the curriculum reform of higher education in our country also has higher requirements for the traditional class teaching system based on practice. The scale of English education in our country continues to expand, and great achievements have been made in English teaching, especially in primary and secondary schools. However, it cannot be denied that there is still a big gap between the current situation of English education in China and the requirements of China's economic construction, social development, and rural development. Classroom teaching is a widely used teaching method in college English teaching activities. Although the continuous development of modern educational technology has brought new models for teaching activities, the new models and technologies are also realized under the condition that classroom environment is the main body. Between teachers' teaching behavior and students' learning effect, it has become an important potential factor that determines learning effect and affects students' cognitive and emotional development. Computer-based and classroom-based English multimedia teaching mode is a new English teaching mode designed to help Chinese college students meet the requirements of college English teaching. At present, in the actual teaching, English classes are still mainly taught by teachers, only explaining pronunciation, vocabulary, sentence patterns, and other knowledge step by step according to the established goals. This neglects the student's ability to use language in the real context. The students are only passively accepted, and their participation and the subjective consciousness are extremely poor. Effective teaching must adapt to the requirements of specific teaching situations. The English classroom teaching model under the network environment is under the guidance of constructivism and other theories. This paper analyzes the integration of big data multimodality in university foreign language courses at this stage, and initially forms a theoretical framework for the construction and evaluation of our university English multimodal classroom environment. After the introduction, let's come to analyze the multimodal of college English classroom. In the teaching activities of colleges and universities, the classroom is the place where teachers and students communicate most. So, classroom teaching has always been the focus of researchers. English not only refers to communication tools, but also is an effective way to improve the use of English to obtain information, analyze information, and broaden your mind. Effective teaching is not only a kind of teaching theory, but also a kind of teaching practice. In order to construct the multimodal classroom teaching strategy of college English under the new curriculum standard, we use the method of combining student questionnaires and teacher interviews to understand the current situation of college English classroom teaching. The English level of the college students enrolled by the large-scale enrollment expansion in our country is different. So, the teaching methods of teachers need to be adjusted. In addition, due to the differences of students in different schools, the classroom teaching environment cannot be ignored. Based on the theoretical model of the construction and evaluation of the multimodal classroom environment of college English in China, the scale is designed to investigate the teaching process and teaching results of college English classroom at two levels by exploring the personal perception of college students of English classroom environment in China. With the development of the times, the main function of modern English classroom teaching is not only to teach students about the English language itself, but also to cultivate students' ability to communicate in English. On the whole, the relationship between the three dimensions of the teaching process and between the three dimensions and the learning effect is assumed to be consistent with the observed data. Each path coefficient of the path model has significant significance. So Figure 1 is a path analysis model of constructing dimensions of college English multimodal classroom environment and learning effects. The three dimensions of learning behavior, interpersonal support, and situational support also show significant positive correlation with learning effects. It shows that the three dimensions are related to the learning effect, which further reflects the high internal reliability of the overall scale. Among the many factors that affect effective teaching, classroom management, activity innovation, and educational technology are three important variables that affect the establishment of teaching situations. The establishment of teaching situations is the basic requirement for effective teaching. The constantly changing teaching situations require teachers to adopt flexible and diverse classroom management strategies to ensure the orderly development of teaching activities. Teaching media should be a cognitive tool for students' active learning and collaborative exploration, not just a means to help teachers impart knowledge. Under the new round of curriculum reform, the core literacy training of subjects becomes the top priority, and the core literacy of English subjects naturally becomes the focus of educators. The time of college students can be said a lot or very little. The key lies in how to plan reasonably. The combination of work and rest is the best choice for learning. College students face not only academics but also invisible shoulders on their shoulders. There is an extra burden of responsibility pressure which affects the learning effect in happy colleges. And after that, let's come to see the practical exploration of multimodal English classroom. The effectiveness evaluation of classroom teaching should not only look at the results of teaching, but also attach importance to the teaching process. In the questionnaire survey and discussion, we also found that what students think of teachers' multimodal classroom teaching behavior includes in-depth explanation, clear multimedia courseware, active classroom atmosphere, and effective group discussions. When one mode of discourse cannot fully express the full meaning of the communicator must supplement and strengthen it with other modes of discourse. Although students began to contact with English from primary school, some students were not interested in it and did not pay attention to it, which led to the low English scores. The content of classroom teaching is pronunciation. Teachers should explain the key points and cues of pronunciation clearly, and then let students imitate with reference to the corresponding audio. A relaxed English learning atmosphere should be created. Boring times are unavoidable in English learning. Teaching is not only a cognitive process. A lively and efficient course cannot be conducted under tight teacher-to-student relations. The language itself is very vivid, but it is difficult for students to keep their attention throughout the English class. Multimodal application will mobilize students' different senses, and the conversion of different modes will continuously attract students' attention, enhance students' learning interest, and thus improve classroom teaching efficiency. A reasonable and effective teaching theory is fundamental in the teaching process. The influence of students' knowledge and experience gained through participating in teaching activities on their learning behavior, interpersonal support, and landscape support is an important part of building a multimodal classroom environment. In a foreign language environment, classroom learning is not only a series of cognitive processes such as processing, analyzing, and memorizing the oral or written language input of the target language. Teaching characteristics are the combination and expression of teachers' long-term formed teaching concepts, teaching ability, and teaching style, and are the sign of excellent teachers' mature, personalized, and creative stable state. With the promotion of the new curriculum concept, teachers should pay attention to the improved teaching mode, gradually changing from the traditional knowledge indoctrination to the guidance, inspiration, consultation, and encouragement of students' learning, so as to liberate students from the learning machine. So finally, let's come to see the conclusion. The popularization of big data and in development of multimedia make the second language acquisition mode show the characteristics of multimodal. The reconstruction of multimodal classroom must be rooted in a classroom full of information and wisdom. Classroom teaching is the most important link in the process of foreign language learning, and the construction of multimodal classroom environment is an important potential factor that determines the quality of teaching. The discussion in this paper has initially formed a theoretical framework for the construction and evaluation of multimodal classroom environment for college English in China. The choice of multiple modes in English classroom teaching is because one mode cannot fully convey the teaching content or cannot effectively convey clear teaching content. Teachers must supplement and strengthen it with other modes of discourse. Multimodal teaching mode is more in line with the needs of the society and the times. In the English classroom, multimodal means are used to stimulate students' multiple senses through network technology so as to stimulate students' interest and initiative in learning English. Whether students' learning methods are scientific, learning efficiency and learning initiative affect their learning effect. Theory is only a guide in teaching, but also requires teachers to fill in the gaps with their rich working experience and profound knowledge to contribute to the construction of multimodal classroom environment. And let's draw a summary. After we had the introduction, we come to see the multimodal analysis of college English classroom and the practical exploration of multimodal English classroom, and finally draw the conclusion. And here are the references. Well, so much for today's lecture. Thank you for your listening.
The title of the paper is Ecological Education Mode of Foreign Language Based on Computer Network Technology. This paper starts from the perspective of the ecological teaching of foreign languages in the context of computer networks. The current situation of the lack of an ecological model in college English classroom teaching under the current computer network environment is proposed. Under the construction of a college English ecological classroom teaching model under the computer network environment is studied. The theoretical method has certain reference value for the construction and optimization strategies of the ecological teaching mode under the computer network environment and the realization and development of foreign language courses. The keywords are computer network, foreign language ecology, teaching mode. The contents of the paper include 3 parts. The first part, introduction. The second part, the ecological education mode of computer network technology in foreign languages. The third part is conclusion. Part 1, introduction. The widespread use of computer networks has brought unprecedented opportunities and challenges for language teaching. At present, although there has been some improvement in college English classroom teaching, it has neglected the integrity of the classroom, the relevance of various factors in the classroom, the openness and the continuity of the teaching process, and has separated many factors such as curriculum, teachers, students, and the environment. The organic connections and the interactions between them have led to imbalances in the classroom ecology and ultimately to the loss of vitality in the regional living classroom. To this end, exploring how to revive the college English classroom ecosystem
how to exert the synergy effect of various ecological factors and achieve effective, high-quality teaching has important theoretical and practical significance. Part 2. The ecological education mode of computer network technology in foreign languages. The use of electronic data for information management analysis will gradually break the gap between electronic data and foreign language teachers and save a lot of manpower and material resources for foreign language teaching and improve work efficiency. Therefore, the ecological language teaching model based on computer network technology will be the effective way for the future development of foreign language ecological teaching model. 2.1. Constructing a foreign language ecological teaching model based on computer network technology. Section 1. The traditional methods for developing the ecological teaching model of foreign languages include checking records or foreign language teaching materials, checking tangible teaching equipment, teaching feedback, teaching interviews, teaching comments, teaching evaluation, and teaching implementation. Traditional foreign language teaching methods are still necessary and effective for the foreign language ecological teaching model as shown in Figure 1. Section 2. A comparative study of computer network technology and traditional foreign language teaching methods. The traditional foreign language teaching method is applicable to the verification of the foreign language ecological teaching model. However, due to the particularity of the foreign language ecological teaching model, it has certain limitations in the analysis of foreign language teaching. The traditional foreign language teaching methods merely rely on paper materials to carry out foreign language teaching, including the preparation, formulation, and approval of the implementation plan of the previous period of foreign language teaching preparation. Computer network technology has changed the problems of the lack of real-time and convenience in the traditional paper media and written communication. Real-time communication between foreign language teaching groups and institutions has been realized through electronic data packets and network transmission. The communication between teachers of foreign language teaching groups has created a convenient platform. (2.2) The application of computer network technology in educational foreign language teaching. The application of computer network technology in the practice of the project is merely divided into two aspects. On the one hand, it is the management of foreign language teaching, including project establishment in the computer network information system, production of foreign language teaching materials, formulation of foreign language teaching implementation programs, and foreign language teaching. Ecological implementation process has foreign language teaching summary, foreign language teaching exchange, and so on. On the other hand, it analyzes and deals with foreign language teaching data, including analysis and processing of business data and analysis and processing of teaching data. The application of computer network technology will be combined with the application of foreign language teaching management system and data analysis system. The use of foreign language teaching and teaching system to analyze foreign language ecological teaching data and found foreign language ecological teaching focus and clues and discover foreign language ecological teaching doubt, performance analysis, and other applications as shown in Figure 2. Section 1. Application of computer network technology in organization and management of foreign language teaching. First, according to the annual foreign language teaching plan of the institutions, the foreign language teaching will be established in the comprehensive teaching and ecological TOA system, and the project basic information will be entered, including the project implementation time, the number of foreign language ecological teaching, human resources, project organization methods, project establishment background, and project analysis. Foreign language ecological teaching goals have predetermined foreign language ecological teaching objects and foreign language ecological teaching range. In the integrated teaching ecology TOA system, the foreign language ecological teaching implementation plan is decomposed and entered according to specific teaching items. And foreign language ecological teaching objectives, foreign language ecological teaching contexts, steps, and methods, as well as personnel division are specified for each foreign language ecological teaching item. After the implementation of the foreign language eco teaching implementation plan is completed in the system, it will be approved by the high-level leaders in accordance with the approval process. And after completion of the implementation plan revision and improvement according to the approval of the superior leaders, the foreign language teaching will be implemented using the data exchange function of the integrated teaching ecology TOA system. Section 2. Application of computer network technology in the course implementation phase. First of all, the foreign language teaching group teachers will introduce the foreign language ecological teaching table into the on-site implementation information management system. According to foreign language ecological teaching division of labor and in the teaching of the ecological TOA system, a good foreign language ecological teaching target requirements have foreign language ecological teaching content and steps and methods to guide the implementation of project foreign language ecological teaching. and foreign language teachers will record the implementation process of foreign language ecological teaching to the teaching of ecological TOA system as shown in Figure 3 as follows. Through the application of computer network technology in the implementation of foreign language teaching sites, the implementation of the ecological teaching of foreign language teaching can be carried out in depth, which provides a powerful guarantee for the realization of foreign language ecological teaching goals. At the same time, the organization and management of the project is also more standardized, and the quality of foreign language ecological teaching is guaranteed. Organization management work more efficient operation. Part 3 Conclusion. This paper studied the construction model of college English ecological teaching model and the ecological teaching of computer network. The purpose is to promote the students' overall healthy development and exert the concerted efforts of various factors in the classroom, and to promote the smooth development of the entire classroom teaching process. Lead teachers can change the educational concepts, and the teachers use the whole, contact, harmony, symbiosis, and other ecological perspective to carry out and reflect on classroom teaching and improve the efficiency and quality of college English classroom teaching, and update educational concepts and promote education. The sustainable development of the ecosystem and the healthy development of the teaching and education reform have strong practical significance. Next are the references of the paper. Last, acknowledgement to the research project of teaching reform in ordinary universities in Hunan Province, 2018, number 355, and the research project of teaching reform in University of South China, 2018, the code 2018 XJG YB133. That's all for my report. Thank you for your listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ming, and the title of my presentation today is Diversification of the Evaluation Mode of English Mixed Course Learning Mode in Colleges and Universities based on Mixed Learning. Then I will present my presentation in 5 parts. Part 1. Introduction. The hybrid teaching method is based on the development of the times to select and integrate advanced and excellent teaching methods, teaching resources, and teaching mode, aiming to strengthen the basic knowledge of language and practical application of English majors in colleges and universities. But many teachers in the teaching process don't master the mixed teaching methods. The root cause is that teachers cannot scientifically integrate traditional teaching methods and internet teaching methods, cannot scientifically use the teaching methods and content of the two complementary advantages to achieve strong combination. Internet teaching is an inevitable trend of the development of the times. If teachers cannot master the internet teaching, will seriously affect the quality of classroom teaching. So, teachers should scientifically integrate the internet-assisted teaching, use a good mix of teaching methods, scientific master the internet teaching skills, give full play to the advantages of internet teaching, effectively make up for the shortcomings of traditional classroom teaching. Part 2. Construction strategies for mixed teaching models in colleges and universities. There are mainly three strategies. First, import flipped classroom teaching form to strengthen students' capacity building in English learning. The main value of flipped classroom teaching form with the Internet as a career is reflected in the changes of teaching modes, the change of teaching content, the scientific change of teachers' teaching modes, and the change of students' learning form. First of all, flipping the classroom teaching form requires teachers to scientifically reform the classroom teaching structure to allocate the time of teachers' English theoretical knowledge, explanation, and students' language practice experience, and to make the students' language practice experience the key content of classroom teaching. To realize the dynamic learning mode of students and to transform the teacher structure into the organizer of the activity-based classroom, not just the theoretical knowledge. Secondly, importing and flipping the classroom teaching form requires teachers to carefully craft the curriculum before class, highlight the difficulties, guide students to learn, understand the master the learning content. Students also need to properly save such learning videos according to learning habits to do a good job of sub-category and key outline. Second, import macro teaching forms to promote students' capacity building in English learning. The main value of macro teaching form with mobile phone as a curriculum is reflected in the timely dissemination and sharing of fun learning video. It can be type show valuable learning content in the form of video timely sharing to students, can effectively summarize and comp the knowledge plate, the fragmented knowledge content in series to form a knowledge chain, and can accurately grasp the essence, clear focus, easy for students to understand and practice the use. The widespread use of macro teaching form is inevitable result of the development of the Internet age, teachers should make full use of this advantage to assist the basic English classroom teaching in colleges and universities, make up for the transient needs of traditional classroom teaching time and the limitation of teaching content. In addition, teachers can regularly or irregularly share masterclass video and do a good job of students' learning records. Supervision work, such as the implementation of check-in and clocking to promote students' masterclass content learning. And third, imports the course mode. Science construction course strengthens students' English application capacity building. With the Internet as a career, the development and application of various learning platforms and learning apps accelerates and promotes the application of the teaching form and in the basic course of English in colleges and universities. The part 3. The requirement of teachers in the mixed teaching mode of colleges and universities. It is the goal of the reform of college English teaching to change a captive learning to a active inquiry learning. The massive network, online resources, and convenient interactive communication make hybrid teaching become the most representative teaching mode in the modern stage of educational technology. The so-called mixed teaching, that is, to play the role of teacher guidance, supervision, and students as the main body of an initiative, creativity, make full use of online teaching and classroom teaching complement each other, improve the learning effect of students. The goal of hybrid teaching is to realize the effective integration of online and offline, and to improve and transform the traditional teaching. The hybrid teaching mode not only changes the students' cognitive way, but also changes the teacher's teaching style and teaching strategy to a certain extent. Teaching uses classroom debate, answering questions, and group cooperation activities to strengthen and consolidate what is learned in the classroom, expand divergent thinking, and promote students to complete deep learning. Part 4. College English Hybrid Teaching Mode Application. There are mainly two applications. First, application of teaching mode based on instant interaction in a mobile environment. In the context of mobile information technology support, English major teaching should adapt to the needs of the times and adopt the mixed teaching mode of the instant interaction with the traditional classroom, namely, the students' offline and flipped classroom combination. Learning materials and upload the learning materials is to the Blue Ink Cloud class platform, such as how to write an outline, how to conceive the sentence writing and demonstration methods to strengthen the students' grasp the theoretical knowledge. Students log onto the network platform. Independent compilation of course learning. Second, application of English teaching mode based on complementary of human-machine. The complementary model of human-machine complements is a useful complement to the traditional teaching model. Combined with the traditional teaching mode, the practice of homework evaluation, testing, and feedback through the Internet platform can not only improve the efficiency of teachers and students, but also timely, accurate feedback of results effectively solves the contradictions existing in the traditional classroom. The last part, conclusion, makes the university English teaching practice with personalized independent learning and online and offline classroom complement teaching as goal. Task-oriented, all-round, multi-thermal, full scientific layered, grounded teaching services. The hybrid teaching mode can promote the interaction between teachers and students, make up for the deficiency of the traditional teaching mode based on teacher teaching, and further deepen the reform of English teaching in colleges and universities. The interactive teaching experience centered on students highlights the subjectivity of students and promotes personalized learning and development, and is conducive to improve the competitiveness of students' employment. Select students with training potential to strengthen the second classroom learning. Excellent students to tutor, one-on-one tutoring. For the reform of college English teaching out of a new path. In the mixed teaching experience, college English teachers adhere to combination of classroom teaching and practical teaching, traditional teaching and modern technology integration, to carry out all-round diversified teaching under the guidance of the concept of 3-4 education people. We will integrate ideological and practical education and language skill training, overcome the teaching mode centered on Western culture, takes the dissemination of advanced culture as its own responsibility, get college students to firmly strengthen cultural self-confidence and cultural consciousness, broaden the international perspective, and enhance the recognition of the excellent traditional Chinese culture. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your listening.
FCST Synergy Education model based on mobile internet technology in Chinese higher education colleges. Tan from Institute of Media Arts, Hubei Science and Technology College, Wuhan, Hubei, China. Abstract. FCST Collaborative Education Model is a creative idea from vocational college students cultivating, especially under the background of COVID-19 pandemic. Family, society, school, and teacher work together to provide a comprehensive education to students. Based on the background of mobile internet technology, this paper processes an interactive mode of FCST to train higher vocational education students from families, schools, teachers, and societies. Research methods, literature, research method, questionnaire survey, simple interview, logic induction, research conclusions. Mobile internet technology is a major technology and can be widely used in high vocational education in China. In the process of ecological education for college students, families, schools, teachers, and society gently constructive the 1, 2, 3, and N. Foster collaborative educational model. 1. Background. High vocational education institutions are important position for collective artisans in the great powers and important platforms for carrying from the spirit of artisans. The optimization and innovation of educational model in high vocational education institutions is a necessity of the intensive development of universities and colleges and an important matter to strengthen the ecology and political work in colleges and universities in the new era. The advent of new media firms, ideological and political education works to change their way of thinking and working methods. When the traditional working methods can't meet the needs of education, they should actively accept the new method of education. The constructive means of FCST mode is as follows. F refers to family. C refers to school. S refers to social society. T refers to teacher. That is, society, family, and school co-education people. On the background of the global pandemic of the COVID-19, the society management of college students has raised the great concern of the government. As the main body of students' management, society plays an important role, but students' families and communities should also undertake certain management obligation. In this paper, we establish a college students' management model and academic prevention and control system with the internet interaction of families, schools, teachers, and students. In order to maintain the manual teaching and the scientific research of college students, universities should strengthen the pandemic prevention and control the ensure the health of university teachers and students. This picture shows the cooperation of this family and the school, all students. Research matters of this thesis. This paper draws on the undergraduates of 10 vocational student schools in central China as a research object. Altogether, 1,000 questionnaires were distributed and 928 were recovered. After invalid questionnaires were reversed, 900 valid questionnaires were sent out. The author conducted a statistical analysis of valid questionnaires, and the data obtained will be used as the status quo data in the dissertation. Interview. In order to understand the use of mobile technique, internet such as WeChat, QQ, and other parents, the author conducted interviews with 50 parents mainly about the contact frequency, content, and methods of parents and college students. 2. The status quo of cooperative education. It presents the facts that affected the construction of institutions of high vocational education and family coordinative, mainly including the following aspects. First, the responsibility orientation of the co-education between families and colleges and universities in the country is not clearly defined at the national laws, so that students, schools, and families plan synergies education for a variety of reasons due to education vacuum. Second, due to economic pressure, work pressure, and family burden, parents push the education responsibility to schools, and particularly in the education of common sense. Thirdly, in the process of giving play to the effectiveness of the leader of collaborative education between families and colleges. The higher vocational education institution has not taken the initiative and made the coordinated education between families and colleges and universities appear on the surface, making it different to make breakthroughs. The problems that arise in the co-education between families and colleges are related to the absence of the cooperation mechanisms of co-education between families and universities. Only when the binding cooperation matters is really built can all parties plan their initiative, particular participation, and initiative so as achieve the optimization of the education effect. The main body composition of collaborative education method. 1. College students' parents. 2. Vocational college students. 3. The college. 4. The society. The picture shows how they connect with each other. 3. College students in the age of intelligence. China Mobile Internet Development Status Quo. As of March 2020, the number of Internet users in China is 904 million. After 90 college students are accompanied by the development of the mobile internet app, a new generation. With the introduced decline in the price of smartphones and mobile traffic, terrible reduction. College students have become one of the major mobile internet in the classrooms, dormitories, restaurants, bus stations, and the subway. Everywhere, with a same phone access to college students, mobile phone-based mobile internet has been deeply integrated into the daily life of contemporary college students and profoundly affected and changed the students' learning and lifestyles. Four, construction of FCST synergy education system. In the era of mobile internet, parents can not only understand the academic status of their children, but also understand the academic status of their classes, colleges, and even schools, and for mobilize the parents' motivation to participate in the school education. The method of collaborative education for families and colleges and universities in high vocational education institutions is a starting point for strengthening the college and political education in colleges and universities in the new area. It established a bridge of cooperation between school-based education and family education and providing higher vocational education. College students training craftsmen. The paper designed the higher vocational education colleges and university and college collaborative education mobile internet model. When applying the FCST system, universities should first classify and code the interaction of students and their families to form a adapted so as to realize the sharing of databases resources in the whole university. Secondly, classifying the students and their families database according to the psychological region and establish several groups. Third, collecting the featured accounts of the students and their parents for correcting and coding. Fourth, the aerial information, and from that the university will input the personal information of teachers to the data matrix and get the data model of each region. an internet platform established by the college and is used for constant monitoring and information interaction. The picture shows how the system works. 5. Conclusion. Family and college coordination need to play the leading role in the school, but also need to mobilize the enthusiasm of parents involved. Compared with the school, parents in the families and college collaborative initiative was significantly less than the interactive. The establishment of parents' committee having high education coordination ability with strong ideological and political education series and practices ability of parents to serve as chairman responsible for the organization and management of family and college coordination of the family relative issues. The results of doing so can effectively reduce the workload of conservatives and ensure the most connections between schools and families so as to provide opportunity for high vocational education institutions to train transformative personnel. Acknowledgement. Hubei Province College and University practice education charismatics projects, fund projects, cite on the cooperative and innovation of synergy education model in Hubei high vocational education institutions on the background of mobile internet. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my topic with you. Then today, I'd like to talk something about reform and innovation of financial teaching in the environment of financial crisis. My report is divided into 5 parts. Part 1. Introduction. Part 2. Main problems of traditional teaching model in the context of financial crisis. Part 3. Significance of teaching reform in the context of teaching financial crisis. Part 4. Concrete practice of applied undergraduate colleges, the background of financial crisis. Part 5. Conclusion. Now, let's look at the first part. 1. Introduction. Introduction. In the continuous memory model of education, teachers' teaching methods are also constantly improving and improving. In order to make classroom teaching no longer single self-sufficient, the use of modern internet technology combined with classroom teaching is the most common way so far. Teaching knowledge for many students are more profound, difficult to understand. So many students give up learning. To re-engage students to learn confidence, teachers need to combine the current popular internet technology with classroom content. In today's innovation and reform of education, we should also keep up with the space of times and apply convenient and fast internet technology, which not only makes the teaching method new, but also reduces the time for teachers to give lectures, so that students can learn about a lot of knowledge through the internet. The development of education innovation is still the most important thing in the education field, because it can effectively promote the balanced development of compulsory education. Prime Minister Li Keqiang has also mentioned strengthening education to speed up the construction of the model education system. Based on this, we can add the internet to existing teaching methods to change the traditional teaching methods of the former single-step type. Part 2. Main problems of traditional teaching mode in the context of financial crisis. This part is divided into 2 parts to explain. The first problem is that there is no comprehensive training for students. The traditional mode of teaching in our country cannot satisfy the present mode of education development completely, because the traditional mode of education focuses more on teaching of students' knowledge and neglects the conservation and development of students' various abilities, especially the lack of emphasis on the cultivation of students' innovative ability. The second problem is ignoring the students' dominating position. In the traditional teaching mode, teachers have always been the main body, but this kind of education mode is not conducive to students' learning, because students are the protagonists in teaching activities. Teachers are only supporting roles. Must not confuse the meaning of the 2 roles. Teachers impart knowledge to students. Students learn passively, and the subjectivity is greatly inhibited. There is also that most students' learning attitude is relatively negative. Not many times will not have a clear plan for their future development. If the attitude of learning is not conducive to the overall development of students, in particular, the lack of compulsory training and the lag in the construction of ranks of agricultural teachers have patented the realization of current EQ education program. This requires us to think about what we can do and to study the more advanced scientific education ideas abroad. Strive to improve the current situation of teaching in China. Innovate the mode of education and training, and promote the transparency and teaching nature of teaching resources. Part 3. Significance of teaching reform in the context of teaching financial crisis. This part divided into 3 parts. First one, improving students' learning initiative. With the continuous progress and development of science and technology, the traditional teaching mode of the past cannot meet the requirements of the development society for teaching quality, but also cannot train the talents who meet the requirements of today's social. In the process of teaching, put into use of the Internet teaching is mainly through the combination of pictures, words, video, sound construction. It can make students feel fresh and argue students to take the intuitive to understand learning, and so as to improve students' active intuitive in learning and improve their learning efficiency. Part 2. Employing teachers to lighten their burden. The Internet is mainly supported by the network, which is convenient and fast in searching data and fast information transmission. At this point, it can provide teachers with good lesson preparation content. Through the use of the Internet can analyze and summarize the student's learning situation and then make corresponding teaching plans according to the teacher's student's learning situation, thus reducing the pressure of teachers to prepare lessons, saving a lot of lesson preparation time. Teachers can spend more time on helping students learn, innovating and reforming modern teaching methods to enable students to run passive into active learning. As a result of new education model has adopted a large number of innovative Internet network teaching, such as the above micro-class version, MOOC, M-O-O-C, MOOC, as we all know, and the flipping classroom and other new learning tools. The greatest advantage of these new media learning tools is that they can break the time limit and space limit, so that students can choose their own online learning tools, which is also the best way to learn freely. Developing new education innovation ideas for openness and sharing. Colleges and Part 3. Developing new education innovation ideas for openness and sharing. Colleges and universities should actively implement the new education concept of opening up and sharing, and new teaching ideas appear under the background of modern teaching. The main purpose of college education is how to promote and advocate the new concept of transparent of sharing on education, and how to better use the new education concept to train students. In addition, the current way of education in our country is to find a suitable way for the development of education in our country, because only by finding a suitable way for ourselves can we effectively develop the new concept of open and shared education, and have the opportunity to look forward to the bright future of education. Part 4. Concrete practice of applied undergraduate colleges, the background of financial crisis. This part divided into 3 parts. First part, design rich teaching activities to enhance students' interest in learning. Teachers can download pre-recorded teaching videos to the internet. Students can preview the course through the teaching platform, and then provide feedback to teachers on the problems they face in their own learning process. Teachers allow students to discuss learning problems in groups, and the classroom teaching is dividing force to effectively improve students' communicative ability and thinking ability. Organize and plan different teaching activities to improve students' interest and enthusiasm for learning. Second part, charging teachers teaching concepts and increasing teaching videos. Changing teachers' concepts is a very important link in education reform. Teachers' teaching methods should be constantly innovated in the normal teaching process. We should pay attention to cultivation of students' subjective initiative, set a good example and a model for students, and use people-oriented ideas to cultivate students' learning concepts. Teachers should make it clear that students should improve their learning ability in teaching. In normal teaching, increase the shooting of teaching video. The grade can also be selected, best learning video and other activities, so that all teachers and students can participate in the wave of video teaching. Construction of an information network platform and improvement. Part 3. Construction of an information network platform and improvement of the scientific evaluation system. Teaching should also build the co-spreading network platform teaching on the basis using the flipped classroom. First of all, to make use of the characters that students like to be in close contact with the internet. Today's students compare electronic products through the information network platform can effectively improve students' interest in learning and effectively enhance the network information teaching learning platform, can enable students to learn different new knowledge, help them create their learning thinking, and exercise their learning ability, so that Students can learn teaching knowledge from various teaching learning software. Part 5. Conclusion. In the current development of education in China, the traditional model of high efficiency education still has a lot of drawbacks, cannot meet the current situation of education. But with the rise of internet, the way of education has changed a lot. In order to do a good job of educational reform and innovation, we also need the joint efforts and progress of educators. In order to provide a strong guarantee for internet teaching, we should allocate teaching resources, scientifically improve teaching level and ability, and strengthen investment in human and financial resources. Through the above methods, students can feel the fun of learning, enhance their confidence in learning, so that students have a strong interest in teaching this subject. Internet technology is used to improve the teaching methods, meaning to improve the quality of teaching. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Dione from Xizang University, and today I'm going to introduce my research paper. The title is Research on the Cultural Mission and Path Orientation of School Physical Education under the background of core values. And I'm going to introduce this paper part by part, and the first part is its abstract. That is, the humanistic view and the socialization of sports as internal and external factors of the development of school culture, and as a premise and fundamental motive force of the development of school sports. In order to adapt to the development of physical education teaching concept and meet the needs of physical education teaching, school physical education should establish the core values of physical education curriculum suitable for the requirements of contemporary social development. In the process of deepening educational reform, colleges and universities should also recognize the social needs in the new era and consciously undertake their own sports cultural mission. Based on a new understanding of the core values of physical education, this paper further thinks about the important practical significance of the current core values of physical education and proposes that the development of school physical education should be guided by the new health concepts, and the whole teaching process of physical education should be people-oriented. And the keywords of this paper are core values, school sports, cultural mission, and practice paths. So let's get into the introduction part. Introduction. School physical education is entering a brand new period of historical development. Revisiting school physical education's essential function will greatly promote our deeper understanding of the intrinsic value of school physical education. Pushing forward the construction of a healthy China is an important foundation for building a well-off society in an all-round way and realizing modernization. It is also a national strategy to comprehensively improve physical quality and realize the coordinated development of people's health and economic society. Therefore, the college sports culture, which is formed by the integration of college sports and sports culture, needs a fashion of college campus culture with a unique attitude and vigorously promotes the development of college sports. According to the historical development process of social culture, education is an important component. Although various social cultures, including mass culture, exert an irresistible influence on school culture and education. Even this influence has many negative elements. Therefore, from the perspective of core values, we should examine the relevant issues concerning the value of school physical education in our country. Further understand and grasp the status, functions of school physical education, and provide references for the promoting the scientific and orderly development of theoretical research and practice of school physical education in our country. And next part is analysis and on the current situation and sports culture development in colleges and universities. In our country's school education system, sports culture has been neglected and its development lags behind. In primary and secondary schools, the first priority of the school is to let students pass the examination and enter key secondary schools and famous universities. In order to carry out scientific research on the core values of Chinese physical education curriculum, we must first sort out the evolution and development process of the core values of Chinese physical education curriculum, so as to excavate the characteristics of the core values of different physical education curriculum in different periods. Influenced by traditional ideas, universities should still focus on training students' professional skills and imparting scientific knowledge, and in the inheritance of humanistic knowledge and humanistic spirit has not received due attention. School sports culture is a cross-cutting component of social culture and sports culture. It is a product of the interaction and mutual influence between sports culture and campus culture. It is a sum of sports spirit and wills created jointly by school staff in practice. The current social and cultural value system has seriously affected the development of our school sports, not to mention its needing and positive influence. School physical education does not know itself from inside, but needs to look back at itself from outside. School physical education has been deprived of its right to pursue its own value and meaning, or abandoned voluntarily. While focusing on the practical effect of skill training, school physical education has lost its value of existence due to its neglect of the nominal value. Cultural mission and school physical education. Enrich campus cultural life. School sports culture is a combination of sports culture and campus culture, and is a unique cultural phenomenon with profound cultural connotation and extension within the scope of schools. Influenced by social culture, many colleges and universities have seen the imbalance of students' sports culture. The level of sports culture and students' cognitive level of sports culture need to be improved. The value of things varies from person to person, and the values of objects varies from person to person. So the inner scale of subject is a fundamental scale of value. The all-round development of human meaning includes the free development of human physical strength and intelligence, and various development of human talents, and the high development of personal social relations. The strategic value of school physical education lies in the high consistency between school physical education and social development. Physical education is an important way to realize the complete form of human life. As a practical activity, physical education shapes people from two aspects so as to realize two purposes of education. Of course, while people understand and transform the objective world, those practical activities of human beings, in turn, strengthen people's subjective consciously, make people have a clear understanding of their own subjectivity, and further consolidate the strengthen people's subjective perception in the objective world, no matter from the position of school physical education in modern social culture, or from the perspective of the University of School Physical Education for audience groups. School physical education should also serve as the task of leading and reconstructing in the process of social culture. To improve students' cultural accomplishment, life lies in movement, life lies in balance, and life lies in harmony. Those concepts reflect people's cognition of life from different angles and levels. Sports value is the meaning that sports presents to the main body. There are not only static phenomena of sports value, but also dynamic conflicts and changes of sports value. School physical education should strive to create a healthy school atmosphere, actively organize students to carry out sports activities, and comprehensively cultivate students' health literacy. School physical education, as the teaching of physical culture in schools, can be fully displayed only when different levels of culture have a real impact on the educated, and school physical education has the function of cultivating students' external physical quality and improving their internal life value. Campus culture has a subtle influence on students, which can even transform the characteristics of talent cultivation in college and universities. The charm of college sports culture is embodied in its own cultural characteristics. Therefore, in addition to improving sports quality, college physical education must also strengthen college students' sports cultural quality to give full play to the campus cultural characteristics of educating people in sports and become irreplaceable spiritual strength in the campus for other disciplines. So the next chapter is the era mission of school sports culture. In the popularization of sports culture, the weak awareness of physical fitness and the lack of educational approaches have greatly affected the development of school sports culture. In physical education teaching, teachers should follow the principle of inspiration and guidance, improve students' initiative and enthusiasm in teaching activities, and enhance students' learning consciousness. The school spirit is the concentrated expression of the value orientation and ideals and beliefs of teachers and schools in a school. Therefore, in the practice of the construction of campus sports culture, we should pay attention to the construction of good school spirit, pay attention to the construction of teachers and students' behavior culture, and promote the construction of school spirit with the leading role of example and pioneer, improving students' own sports cultural accomplishment, deepening their own understanding of school sports, and conveying their cultural sports fitness awareness are important meaning merits to complete the college sports cultural mission and develop lifelong sports. This is a personal value of school sports. However, according to the law of education, school physical education is restricted by and serves social, politics, economy, science, and technology and culture, which determines that school physical education should have its own social value. Through the transmission and learning of sports skills, the effective inheritance of sports skills culture can be realized. At the same time, sports skills exist as a common way of fitness and education. However, the extension of this education function should be based on the essential function of physical fitness, that is, strengthening physical fitness through physical exercise, thus cultivating human spirit, quality, and perfect personality. The next chapter is the socialist core values leading the practical path of college sports culture construction. So this is a chapter that describes the importance of socialist core values in the construction of college sports culture. And as the time is limited, so I'd like to jump the introduction of this chapter, and you can check the details of this chapter by reading my paper. So next chapter is the conclusion part, that is, at present, building a well-off society in an all-round way and building a socialist, harmonious society are the historical missions of our country in the new stage. In the new historical period, college sports should be oriented by the society's demand for talents, based on the micro-vision of students' lifelong development, carry out sports culture education for students with sports as a career, and create a scientific model of school sports. School physical education is geared to the needs of students in school and undertakes the mission of strengthening the nation's constitution, which affects the nation's future direction, takes the students' sports cultural accomplishment as an important task of the school, for from enriching the curriculum content to carrying out extracurricular activities and actively guide students to experience this cultural connotation through various ways. We will truly create a campus sports culture with socialist core values as its guiding feature, so that students will imperceptibly accept the moral education contents dominated by socialist core values. And as the acknowledgements, so this study was supported by Xishan University Chuhai Talent Research Support Program. And if you're interested in the references, so you can check here for details. So this is a presentation. Thank you very much.
topic of my report is design of artificial intelligence wireless data acquisition platform based on embedded operating system. I am Zhang A Mei. I am from Xi'an International University. The report is divided into 4 parts. The part 1 is introduction. The part 2 is overall structure design of the system. The part 3 is safety and reliability design of data acquisition system. The last part is conclusion. The part 1, introduction. The part 1.1, abstract. Advances in microprocess technology, sensor technology, and wireless communication technology have promoted the generation and development of the wireless data acquisition systems. The wireless data acquisition system is an ad hoc network system formed by a large number of sensor nodes through wireless communication. Data acquisition is an important means for people to obtain external information. It is an indispensable and important link for preparing a measurement and control system. With the advent of the network era, the traditional data acquisition method has been unable to meet the new production requirements. Based on the embedded operating system, the design of the artificial intelligence wireless data acquisition platform focuses on the characteristics of high compatibility and flexible interface. This paper prepares an artificial intelligence wireless data acquisition platform based on embedded operating system. Through this platform, wireless data acquisition and USB interface transformation can be carried out to realize centralized monitoring and management. The part 1.2, introduction. With the rapid development of microelectronic technology and the arrival of the post-PC era, the number of the embedded computer systems has far exceeded all kinds of general-purpose computers. Various embedded devices are changing people's daily life in different forms, and at the same time, greatly promoting the development of automation and informatization in industry and other fields. In order to be able to feed back the product information in time, people need such a system to realize concise, efficient, and real-time data collection and analysis. The traditional data acquisition system has the disadvantages of low efficiency, large error, and difficulty in inputting data into the computer, etc. In addition, most of these methods originally used wired network and other communication methods, and their inherent defects greatly limited their use occurrence. Traditional data acquisition and transmission systems mostly use signal chip microcomputer as the core. Although the implementation is simple and the cost is low, the wired data transmission mode greatly limits its application occurrence and cannot be applied to some scattered and unattended sites. It is necessary to collect the data regularly so as to know the set situation in time. The part 2, overall structure design of the system. Part 2.1 Overall structure design of the system. Embedded system refers to an independent system composed of embedded microprocessor, which has its own operating system and specific functions, is used in specific oceans, and has strict requirements on reliability, cost, volume, and power consumption. Due to the huge amount of data brought by human activities, wireless sensor networks will face many security risks in the process of collecting, storing, and using this huge amount of data. As a server, the monitoring center can simultaneously receive data from a plurality of acquisition terminals distributed at far geographic locations and control and manage all the acquisition terminals. The Part 2.2 The software process. The monitoring center is a compute running monitoring software. The monitoring software has the functions of displaying data of each terminal, processing and analyzing data, generating alarm signals, and controlling the operation of the monitoring terminals. The software process is shown in Fig. 1. The Part 3 Safety and Reliability Design of Data Acquisition System. The Part 3.1 Safety and Reliability Design of Data Acquisition System. The Data Analysis Module is the core of the system, which is used to analyze the current health status of users and predict the development trend of users' health status. We first classed a large number of processed data to form the simple data with small data volume, and then calculate the average value of the corresponding types of simple data through weighted average algorithm. The acquisition terminal and monitoring center adopt CS mode, and the monitoring center serves as a server, passively waiting for the connection of the acquisition terminal, receiving data, and sending control commands. The Part 3.2 Sensor Module and Receiver Module. The sensor module comprises an independent power supply part and a triaxonal acceleration sensor. Through digital filtering technology and data fusion technology, this first-hand information can be processed quickly and necessary. In order to test it, a small test system is built. The system has two wireless data acquisition cards, one of which continuously sends known data. Data processing and storage pre-processes the collected original data and stores it locally. Any system is not absolutely ideal and reliable. It is necessary to test the reliability and bit error rate of this communication system. As the bit error rate of the system is at a lower level, it is possible to find the bit error phenomenon only by transmitting a large amount of data. for any type of wireless RF transmission chip. Its effective transmission distance is a very critical parameter. The last part, conclusion. Conclusion. With the development of microprocessor, embedded technology has been fully developed and widely used in wireless communication, information appliances, and industrial control embedded-based data transmission system, supported by fast-developing embedded high-performance processor and increasingly powerful embedded operating systems. Combined with increasingly perfectly wireless network technology, is gradually developing towards multifunction, multitask, multi-communication mode, and high real-time performance, with broad application prospects. Starting from the extensive application of embedded systems in the industrial field, these people briefly analyze the current development situation and the problems that will be faced in the remote transmission of data by wired and wireless methods. The adoption of the completely open source and free embedded artificial intelligence operating system not only greatly improves the plasticity and expansibility of the wireless data acquisition and analysis system, but also is very beneficial to the commercialization of products. Embedded systems are widely used in the industrial control fields due to their high efficiency, stability, configurability, and convenient installation. Configurability and convenient installation. With the rapid development of wireless network communication technology, more and more information devices begin to adopt wireless communication technology. Wireless communication technology eliminates the need to arrange special cables and connectors between devices in offices, homes, and on trips. This is the ending of my report. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. Today, we will talk about differential steel control system of low modal robot. I will report from the following 5 respectively. First, control system design scheme. Abstract. Adieu at the report of inflexible steam and motion of robot. This paper applied fuzzy adaptive PID control algorithm to the differential steam control system of moving robot to improve this rapidly and accurately. In this paper, according to the domestic green environment and the overall parameters of the moving robot, the overall design of the moving robot is manned. The fuzzy adaptive PID control algorithm of the moving robot differential steam control system is designed. The mathematical model of the moving robot differential steam is constructed, and the modelable simulink is used to simulate the fuzzy adaptive algorithm. The simulation results show that the response speed and overshoot of fuzzy adaptive PID algorithm are 2.42 seconds and 16.4 respectively. The respective speed and overshoot of PID are 7.18 seconds and 36.3% respectively. So the domestic performance of the differential steam control system based on fuzzy adaptive PID algorithm is better than the based on ordinary PID controller. Introduction. With the calculation of the country's urbanization process, the construction of urban green environment has greatly received attention, and low moving has become more and more response. Traditional low moving equipment is mainly hard push and knapsack low movers with backward technology. In recent years, the achievement of intelligent low-moving robot has greatly changed this phenomenon. Intelligent low-moving robot is a kind of intelligent robot that integration machinery. Theories: intelligent control, human-computer interaction, computer and other description. The above study has used the control is variable field of control system, especially move control and steam control, which show the fuzzy control has greater process in application of steam control system. Both the speed and adaptability has been improved to the large extent. In this paper, fuzzy PID control is used to optimization to differential steam control system of the lower robot. The PID parameters are judged in real time through the fuzzy controller, and the PID controller calculator the steering deviation of low mower robot. The environment adaptively of the differential steam control system has been greatly improved. First, introduction. Control system design scheme. According to the analysis of the mobile car burden and mobile module of low Mower robot, we first need to determine the character distribute of the car burden. There are three common wheeled robot differential models in Figure 1. The two motor drive modules control the rotation speed of the left wheel mode and the right wheel mode respectively through PWM parts with modulation and single amplification and output the speed differential between the two drive wheels. And finally, realize differential steering and reduce small positive deviation. The control diagram of the differential steam control system of the low Mower robot is shown in Figure 2. Third, design of fuzzy adaptive PID control algorithm. Fuzzy adaptive PID controller is important development directive of fuzzy control. Fuzzy adaptive PID controller is self-adaptive and self-learning. It has better control effective for those complex systems with non-linearity, large time delay, and high order. The schematic diagram of fuzzy adaptive PID control in this article is shown in Figure 3. Amusing, there are low Mower robot is on the left side of the parameter. The device is negative with it needs to turn right, and the basic domain of positive differential E is from -8 to 8, and the above basic domain is divided into 7 quantitatively levels: -6, -4, -2, 0, 2, 4, 6. Fuzzy subset NB, NM, NS, 0, PS, PM, PB, respectively response negative big. NB means negative big. NM means negative medium. NS means negative small. ZO means 0. PS means positive small. PS means positive. PM means positive middle. PB means positive big. Use these seven fuzzy subsets to describe the magnitude and direction of the angular deviation. The corresponding laws of fuzzy subsetting are shown in Table 1, like this, Table 1. The membership function is selected in this paper, which is small in operation and higher safety. The membership function is shown in Figure 4. First, we design the fuzzy ruler of delta Kp. When an error is large, we need a large Kp to speed up the response speed of the system. And when the error is moderate, we should choose the small Kp to issue. The overshoot of the system will not be too large. Then the error is small. In order to issue good state characteristic of the system, the large Kp is still need to reduce the state error. Based on the above characteristic of Kp is PID controller, we can design fuzzy control ruler of delta Kp. The fuzzy control ruler table of delta Kp is shown in Table 2, like this. The fuzzy control ruler table of delta Ki is shown in Table 3, like this. The fuzzy control ruler table of delta Kd is shown in Table 4. Fourth, robot diversion steam experiment and simulation. The relative slide of the slide domination of drive wheel. This way, the state of the lawn mower robot can be constructed first, as shown in Figure 5. Since the lawn mower robot has contributed character and small diversion during operation, the domestic characteristic construction domain of the lawn mower robot in Figure 6 can be simplified. The simplified control variable block diagram is shown in Figure 7. The diversion steam control system of the mower robot. The simulation mode of fuzzy adaptive PID control is shown in Figure 8. Last, in conclusion, we also establishing configuration PID control simulation model and compared with the fuzzy adaptive PID controller. The operation results are shown in Figure this PPT. The blue line in the simulation result of fuzzy PID controller and the black line the simulation result of the conversation PID controller. Use the scope model to the result of data. Get the root of the two response curve as shown in table file, like this. The experiment result shows the fuzzy adaptive PID algorithm can effectively control the inspection forward, backward, steam, and other functions of a Mower robot. The respective control system is shown in Figure 10. 6. In conclusion, in this research, through the study of PID control of fuzzy adaptive PID control algorithm, the fuzzy adaptive PID algorithm is applied to the differential steam control system of the low Mower robot. After establish the mathematical model and use MATLAB to simulate. It is concluded that the use of fuzzy adaptive PID algorithm can improve the response speed and stability of the grass mow robot's differential steam control system. We talk about control system of low mower robot. We talk about like this. Introduce control system design scheme, fuzzy adaptive PID controller, exam and simulation, hardware core of the control system. In conclusion, thanks everybody.
Well, the title of this paper is Researching on the Innovation of Enterprise Management Mode in the Era of Big Data. Let's begin from the abstract. With the rapid development of Internet technology, the advent of the era of big data and began to penetrate into all walks of life in society, and more in the enterprise management mode to play a positive role. After entering the new century, the huge data and changeable market environment have formed a new situation of economic development, which puts forward higher requirements for enterprise management under the influence of big data. Various advanced technologies have improved the informatization level of enterprise management. It has become the default consensus of all walks of life to use various information technologies to innovate enterprise management mode. As the era of big data has a certain impact on the traditional management mode of enterprises. Only by following the trend of the development of the times to innovate the enterprise management mode can we make full use of the advantages brought by the era of big data. Quickly help enterprises identify massive information, increase their own reform and innovation, and make more contributions to the society. Based on the reality, this paper first gives a brief overview of the concept of the era of big data, then discusses the problems existing in the management mode of enterprises in the era of big data, and finally puts forward effective strategies for the innovation of enterprises management mode in the era of big data, so as to create more favorable conditions for the development of enterprises. The key word is big data era, enterprise management mode, and innovation research. Let's see the contents. It's including introduction, the findings, and the conclusion. First of all, the introduction. At this stage, Internet technology has achieved rapid development and wide popularization. At the same time, big data technology based on the background of modern information also shows a vigorous trend, showing an explosive trend in various fields. Therefore, we are correctly facing the impact of the era of big data. Since the reform and opening up, China has been using the traditional enterprise management mode. However, under the current development background, if enterprises want to achieve greater success, they should consciously reform the management system. Innovation cannot meet the development needs of the era of big data. Therefore, although enterprise management is facing the reform of traditional mode, it also meets new opportunities of innovation management mode. Therefore, as enterprise managers, they should have the courage to seize the opportunities and meet the challenges brought by the time. In order to ensure the stable pace of enterprises, they should make full use of the advanced technologies in the area of big data, promote innovation of management mode, and provide internal support power for the development of enterprises. Now let's see the finding. The first finding is analyze the current situation and existing problems of enterprise management in the area of big data. 2.1. Enterprises managers ignore the application of big data. The era of big data brings huge amounts of business information, including the speculation of economic development, trend of all walks of life, and the importance of extraction and application. However, it is obvious that the enterprise managers have not started from the raw situation consciousness, and have not found the invisible business information in the big data information. So they have ignored the problems in the area of big data. Most enterprise managers in our country think that big data era is just the complexity and diversification of data. They can only simply process and summarize the data in the case. They have not found what kind of role and value will be produced to the enterprises in the actual application process. Some enterprises even think that the massive business information contained in the era of big data has not come from financial statements and enterprise profit and loss statements. This kind of short-sighted enterprise managers' simple vision hinders enterprises from launching an impact to the higher direction and higher status. They only use big data to expand access to information and lack of attention to the hidden value behind the era of big data. 2.2. The intelligent and automatic level of enterprise management is not high enough. Advanced technologies used in the era of big data include data preservation, data sorting, and data collection. However, with the rapid development of Internet information technology, a variety of new technologies are gradually applied in various industries, such as cloud computing technology, which has been integrated into the social enterprise industry. The intellectualization and automatic of enterprise management is the comprehensive application of various advanced technologies and tools in the era of big data. under the background that Chinese enterprises are not familiar with. Gartner Group has proposed the definition of business intelligence in the last century. The core of big data era is to provide the latest management method and basis for enterprises with the help of advantageous resources in the development process of its time. As a core content, it is involved in various advanced industries, including finance, mobile, internet, and other mobile commerce fields. However, the enterprise automation and intelligent management has not been widely popularized. Therefore, in the face of the development characteristics in the era of big data, enterprises cannot make effective adjustments, resulting in problems in the operation process. 2.3. The scientific concept of big data era has not been established. According to the current situation of social development, the era of big data has shown a massive growth trend for the processing capacity of enterprise data. Although there are many types of enterprise management data, many including pure digital text structured data and semi-structured and fully structured data mode. These data types composed by most industry enterprises cannot adopt unified processing mode. According to a current semi-structured processing mode in enterprises, the data processed by enterprises has accounted for more than 80%, and there is no effective management from mode to improve. The problem of data integration in the era of big data is that the system platform constitutes different information systems, and it is difficult to truly realize data sharing in various business modules. Therefore, enterprises do not establish a scientific concept of the era of big data, which affects the work of all aspects of the enterprise, as well as the problem of safe storage of enterprise data, which is also the lack of current enterprise management. If a network hacker divulges the confidential information of enterprise management, it will cause a catastrophic threat to the enterprise. Well, the next finding is effective strategies for innovating enterprise management mode in the era of big data. 3.1. Establish enterprise operation decision-making mechanism based on big data. Under the background that all walks of life in the whole society are facing the influence of big data technology, banning the traditional enterprise management mode has become the inevitable trend of the development of the times. Only the effective measures to implement the innovation enterprise management mode is the key to win the development of enterprise at the stage. To understand the disadvantages of traditional management, enterprises should establish a suitable set of operation decision-making process in the era of big data, so that the decision-making of enterprises can have an objective position. Specifically, it is to obtain a large number of reference information through the use of Internet technology and arrange professional personnel of enterprises to classify and screen the information in the information, and find out the information in the data in the process of sorting out value as the main reference information for enterprise decision making and operation. Ensures the scientific and efficient decision-making process. so as to better meet the consumption and management in the form of big data era. 3.2 Enterprises introduce and cultivate big data talents. China is in the background of big data era development. If we want to complete the exploration and innovation of enterprises management mode, we need to supplement the fresh blood of enterprises and introduce big data talents. Therefore, as an enterprises manager, he is not only responsible for the processing and the connection of various data of the company, but also for the dynamic prediction of the development of social industry in the market. It is necessary to introduce big data talents instead of traditional thinking to treat the changing society. In addition, for a large number of employees of the enterprise, regular training and assessment of big data era and big data technology is not enough. It is not enough to only introduce big data talents, but also improve the ability of big data for all employees. Enterprises can select well-known scholars and experts in the industry according to their own conditions and qualifications to popularize the awareness of the era of big data in the form of lecture, and strengthen the exchange and learning of personnel and make self-copying strategies. 3.3 Improves the hidden business value of managers in data. The impact on the development of enterprise caused by the era of big data is inevitable, and the enterprise management mode will be reflected in the process of reform and development. The effective use of big data for enterprises to achieve higher benefits is a positive significance. If we want to make big data technology work for us, we must deeply understand the connotation, characteristic, and significance of big data. On the one hand, it is necessary to make use of the value of big data for decision-making and operation in enterprise management to ensure the implementation of decision-making is scientific, reasonable, and objective. On the other hand, in the process of developing business intelligence, enterprise need to consider effective communication with decision makers and look at the problems encountered in the construction of large-scale data from all aspects and angles, so as to analyze the large-scale data for the smooth construction of enterprises. The system makes effective reference. 3.4 Using the social networks of employees. As an important framework of enterprise management mode in the era of big data, the social network of enterprise employees is of great significance which cannot be ignored. From the perspective of current enterprises utilization rate, the lack of social network level of employees makes enterprises management in a decentralized mode. Enterprises should be good at using all available resources in the era of big data, which will not only greatly improve the overall of social benefits of the enterprise, but also help to maintain the passion of the employees themselves, identify with the corporate culture, and have good satisfaction and loyalty. To sum up, finally the conclusion. To sum up, China's enterprises are facing the stage of rapid expansion and development of big data, which affects all sectors of the society and users in new opportunities for enterprise development while causing greater impact. Therefore, in the face of this new situation, enterprises should consciously innovate the management mode, improve the application of big data knowledge in enterprise management, so as to make effective reference value for promoting the sustainable development of enterprise. In the era of big data, the problems in enterprise management should be solved in time, and the management system should be optimized to provide the basis for the economic benefits and the social values in the development of enterprise. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Research on automatic test technology of embedded system based on cloud platform. I'm Xia Wei. I'm from Xi'an International University, Xi'an Shaanxi, China. Abstract. Automatic testing is actually a kind of software testing. Previous testing work was completely by testing engineers manually executing test cases. Embedded systems have been widely used in real life, and the corresponding embedded software skill is also expanding day by day, but the requirements for its development cycle and product quality have not decreased at all. With the development of embedded system, we urgently need a testing system that can test and analyze the software of embedded system online in real time in the unit phase, integration phase, system phase, and other phases of software development to ensure the quality and reliability of the software. This paper designs and implements an embedded system automation test platform based on Infrastructure Cloud. The platform is built on Infrastructure Cloud environment, which can make full use of hardware resources and reduce hardware costs. My essay have the 5 parts. The first, introduction. Second is automatic testing. The third is automatic testing cloud platform. And the fourth, design of embedded software automation test platform based on cloud platform. The last part, conclusion. Now we are going to the first part, introduction. With the rapid development of science and technology, the function of both software and hardware are increasingly complicated today. How to complete the testing of software and hardware in the fast update iteration has become the top priority for all companies. Since the development environment and operation environment of embedded systems are different, the automatic testing of embedded systems should be conducted separately in the development environment and operation environment, which will greatly increase the cost of system testing. It's required that the skill and complexity of embedded software also continuously improve. The quality and development cycle of embedded software have decisive impact on the final quality and time to market of products. The introduction of automation technology shortens the software testing life cycle and improves the maintainability and regression of software testing. Automatic testing has become an indispensable testing method. This paper mainly studied how to build an automatic interface test platform in the test cloud and use a platform to test the project to protect the software quality and improve the development speed. The part 2, automatic testing. Automatic testing mainly simulated some manual testing behaviors through computers and completes some tedious and boring tests or tests that cannot be completed manually according to the instructions. Through uninterrupted testing, automatic testing can improve the testing efficiency and increase the utilization rate of testing environment. According to requirements, testers can increase, decrease, or modify the arrangement and the combination of automatic testing cases by themselves to avoid redundant tests. When increasing the coverage rate of automatic tests by using the automatic testing framework, time and resources can be effectively utilized to improve test efficiency. The design requirement of the current applied embedded automatic testing system platform are all configured by testers according to various kinds of software and hardware and environment. The stable operation of the test system is ensured by input data into the test system, and the output results are studied and analyzed. Moreover, the development environment and operation environment of embedded software are not consistent. So even if the test is sufficient in the host environment, it cannot be said that there is no problem in running the software in the target environment. In order to realize the automatic batch execution of the test scripts and facilitate management of test script, the test management tool reads a test configuration file edited by a tester before sending a test required. Automatic test types include unit test, integration test, and system test. Only these three types of tests can be automatics. Part 3. Automatic Test Cloud Platform. Automatic Test Cloud Platform software system as shown in Figure 1. The software system of the automatic test cloud platform is mainly divided into 4 parts, namely the desktop PC part of the testing engine, the server part of the cloud platform, the database part of the VTP executor part. In the distributed resource schedules cluster, the virtual machines on the host with the heavy load will be automatically migrated to the host with light load to achieve load balancing in the cluster. In order to better manage the test and reduce the maintenance of test script so that tester can write test cases, we have developed a set of automated testing framework to meet the current need. The test case is downloaded to the target machine for operation through the communication interface. The information generated after the program is run as uploaded to the host machine through the communication interface, and then the received information is analyzed and processed. The configuration file will define the storage location of the test script set, the time interval for script execution, the communication time interval between the host computer and the touch computer, and the number of stamp points for each communication. Every time the software changes, we must retest the existing function in order to determine whether the modification achieves the expected purposes, and check whether the modification damages the original normal function. It mainly uses inspection, technical reviews, and code strategy analysis to check the errors of the software under the test. For embedded software, the test only needs to be performed on the host computer, and transmits the script set at the specified position to the target machine side, and at the same time initialized each test variable according to the parameters in the configurations file. Support the parallel execution of the test cases on multiple clients, and increase the batch execution speed of test case by adding hardware. Software users do not need to purchase additional hardware equipment, software license, and install and maintain software system. They can easily use the software at any time and at any time through an interrupt browse, and pay fees regularly according to the research. Part 4. Design of embedded software automation test platform based on cloud platform. The automatic testing method of this project is designed as a host target model in test model, and the overall architecture adopts client's structure. Host mode means that the compliance link and test analyze are both run on the host machine, while the tested program is run on the target machine. The tester makes a test request to the target machine side through the test management tool, and transmit the script target file that has been compliant successfully to the target machine side. It must rely on the specification of requirements that can reflect that relationship and the function of the program, to consider the test case and infer the correctness of the test result. That is, it can only be based on the exactional characteristics of the program. After each test, it will automatically judge whether the work is completed or not, and after the tests are completed, it will automatically send a test data to the host computer. If the authentication can be passed, the authentication server will send relevant information to the user at the equipment end, and the equipment end will construct a geometric access control list according to the information to control access to the clients. The communication between the touched computer and the host computer is via serial ports or network. The schematic diagram is shown in Figure 2. Executed all the successful function test script. This platform captures the coverage of the system code by plugging in the system code in advance. The tester covers the report through analysis according to the load, timing, and performance requires in the requirements. Judge whether the software meets the requirements. It's necessary to analyze and study many subjective factors, and the inevitable objective factors can be ignored. The automated test cloud platform schedules and allocated resources through topology lookup, which is the core outlook of the automatic testing cloud platform. The control of the testing progress needs to realize the automatic execution of the while progress from the updating the testing code and the tested software to developing the software and testing until the final release of the testing report without manual intervention. Update in the automatic testing cloud platform, such as automatic script, device connection information, and execution result logs are stored in MySQL database. The second is setting, management, and control the performance. The degree of customization of the tenant services depends on the granularity of resource permissions. When the tested source code changes, the source code can be recompiled to determine the modified part of the software and maintain the test case library. The test agent will judge whether the current script has been completely tested after the testing each script, and if so, it will be sent in the remain testing data in the buffer to the host. Therefore, the effectiveness of the test cases become crucial and important, and more errors should be found and corrected in limited tests. Conclusion: this paper innovated proposes an automated testing framework, construction an automatic testing platform with visual scripting, and deploy it as a service model of a cloud platform. The automatic testing of embedded system is deeply studied. Then, combined with the actually working situation, the test method of this embedded system is proposed, which realized the function of the automatic complication, automatic execution of test cases, and so on. The automatic testing platform based on it can be realized, and daily integration testing can be realized, thus protecting the development quality and reducing the development cost. However, the current platform still have some defects and has great room for development. Relevant technicians should continuously explore and make efforts to further promote the improvement of the automation level of the testing system. Thank you for my listening.
I'm glad to give you the report, Research on Embedded Humanoid Intelligent Control and Instrument based on PLC. My name is Mayan Li. I'm from Xi'an International University. There are 5 parts in my report. 1. Abstract. 2. Introduction. 3. Main features of PLC Intelligent Control System. 4. Design of Embedded Humanoid Intelligent Control Instrument. 5. Conclusion. Part 1. Abstract. Intelligent control is formed on the development of computer technology. Embedded humanoid intelligent control system has excellent self-organization and self-adaptation capabilities, and has good performance in large-scale complex industrial system control. With the development of instruments and meters have penetrated into all fields of people's life and become an important tool for human beings to acquire information, understand nature and transform nature. Now the development level of instruments and meters is an important symbol of the development level of modern science and technology. Programmable Logic Controller, PLC, is a kind of digital operation and operation control device. It is an electronic system developed instead of the traditional relay, which integrates computer technology, communication technology and automatic control technology. Embedded humanoid intelligent control system has superior self-organization, self-adaptive and self-learning ability. The arithmetic operation function and data processing ability of PLC are greatly enhanced, which makes the realization of complex control algorithm on PLC possible. Part 2. Introduction. With the rapid development of instruments and meters, computer and network technologies are also developing rapidly. Intelligent control technology is an interdisciplinary frontier discipline developed on the basis of artificial intelligence, cognitive science, operations research, system theory, information theory and cybernetics with the rapid progress of computer technology. It is an advanced stage of control theory development. Programmable Logic Controller, PLC, is a control device for digital operation and operation. It is an electronic system developed instead of traditional relay and integrates computer technology, communication technology and automatic control technology. Intelligent control is formed on the development of computer technology. Intelligent control system has excellent self-organization and self-adaptation capabilities, and has good performance in the control of large complex industrial systems. People combine a plurality of individuals with certain intelligence to form a humanoid intelligence system with independent control performance and mutual cooperation characteristics. More and more people realize that the cooperation of humanoid intelligence systems can complete more complicated tasks with less cost. Compared with a single-agent, humanoid intelligence systems, especially distributed humanoid intelligence systems, have many obvious advantages. The application of embedded system to the field of instruments and meters, and the combination of traditional instruments, sensors and microprocessors, has become the main trend of the development of the instrument and meter industry. As one of the important development directions of industrial control network, embedded intelligent control instrument is the result of the joint development of industrial data communication technology, control network technology, internet technology and other technologies. Using multiple collaborations can often accomplish some single difficult task. In the process of in-depth research on intelligent control theory, people find that various control strategies have their own advantages and disadvantages, and a single control strategy cannot have perfect control performance. Intelligent equipment such as PLC, information collector and other data collection and processing devices can play a huge role in industrial and information construction. The decision-making and actions of each individual in the group are independent, but there are extensive altruistic cooperative behaviors within the group. Intelligent control system has excellent self-organization, self-adaptation and self-learning ability, and has shown good performance in the process of controlling large and complex industrial systems. As the most widely used automatic control equipment, PLC equipment is being widely studied and analyzed by people in order to better serve human life and work. Part 3. Main features of PLC intelligent control system. With the continuous development of science and technology, some programmable intelligent technologies have become more and more widely used in practical applications. PLC intelligent control system has its own distinctive features, mainly reflected in its good expansion performance. Since various modules can be mounted on the rack on the back bus, the modules can be selected according to actual requirements. At present, PLC control technology is widely used in the field of industrial automation. For example, it has grown into a pillar industry in metallurgy, electric power, light industry, chemical industry, etc. Based on the continuous development of computer technology and network communication technology, for the development of automatic control system, the integrated application of corresponding technologies can further strengthen the communication function of PLC. The application of PLC control technology can not only provide a very reliable control application for various automation equipment, but also can put forward a more reliable and perfect solution when controlling, which well meets the development needs of industrial enterprises. Fuzzy control system combines practical rich working experience to sum up operation experience, thus having fuzzy operation rules to realize effective control. Fuzzy control is a control method that can reflect human intelligence. Automation client can create automation objects, access objects provided by automation objects, and automation
customers as shown in Figure 1. The development of computer network technology has also continuously increased the requirements for industrial control and management, which has prompted PLC control systems to begin to move from closed centralized systems to open distributed systems. Faced with the object of control, the complexity of the control object is very high, coupled with the particularity of the use environment and the continuity of long-term work. These all place higher requirements on the PLC control technology. Because many field buses are developed by PLC manufacturers, it is closely related to PLC. Programmable can form multiple control devices into a huge control network and then perform unified platform control management. Under this development background, the operation status of each instrument and equipment in the network is operated under the network connection and collected on the operating system. The communication program of PLC control technology is relatively simple. Only need to use the communication interface software and special computer to realize the design of the communication program, which greatly reduces the workload of computer programming. Part 4. Design of Embedded Humanoid Intelligent Control Instrument. When the equipment is in normal working condition, there is a certain logical relationship among the intermediate memory unit, output signal and input signal of the electronic control system. If the equipment fails, this logical relationship will be destroyed. The main program is to optimize the parameters such as the startup of the wind turbine and the large and small motors. The subprogram is mainly to control the subprogram to stop the program and collect the operation data of the system. The use of PLC analog control module enables it to realize not only process control, but also instrument monitoring through control statements. Under the PLC-based control system, analog control is based on the characteristics of the control object itself, and the integrated system is built after the functional modules are combined. 9. In the position control, the automatic control is mainly realized for the stepping motor, and the pulse is sent to accurately position the corresponding displacement. According to the characteristics of the control object, PLC can flexibly realize system control by successfully assembling a complete control system through a combination of functional modules. Based on the PLC control system, the corresponding command system and frequency converter can realize effective control of the motor with the application of the system equipment, mainly controlling and adjusting the rotation speed. Judging from the control effect, the temperature system has a large inertia load characteristic, and has requirements for steady-state accuracy and anti-interference capability, etc. Through this control system, the requirements of indexes can be met. Many automation objects are provided in PLC control system, and there are inheritance and derivation relationships among these objects, forming a tree-like hierarchical structure. Among them, the application object is the basic object in PLC object mode and represents the word processing program itself. Figure 2 shows a part of a PLC text object model. At present,
in the actual application of PLC system equipment, a major drawback is the low compatibility of the system itself. Because the corresponding buses and the like in PLC design and R&D are all of a special nature, there are certain differences in the structures designed by different companies. For complex systems that cannot establish accurate mathematical models in engineering practice, they cannot be controlled by traditional control methods, but people can summarize their operating experience into fuzzy operating rules based on rich work practices to achieve effective for them control. The current standard for the specific programming software of PLC control technology is still in planning, which greatly affects the standardized use of PLC control technology. At present, in the actual application of PLC system equipment, a major drawback is the low compatibility. Although this PLC software program is written and implemented with corresponding specifications, in the process of actual use, the industrial production environment itself will still have a certain influence on the practical application of the system. 10. The development of computer and network communication technology, as well as the continuous improvement of the control and management requirements of the industry, make the PLC control system also from the closed centralized system to the open distributed system. When PLC control technology is used, sequence control and logic control can be effectively realized. Part 5, Conclusion. With the continuous progress of human society, the application scope of instruments and meters covers almost all fields of human activities. Instruments and meters have become an important tool for people to understand and transform nature. PLC, as a control element, has great functions and strong operability. It is also an embodiment of human wisdom. Its use is conducive to the scientific and timely management and control of the operation and effectiveness of various equipment in life and production. The application of embedded system in the field of instruments and meters and the combination of traditional instruments, sensors and microprocessors are the result of the common development of industrial data communication technology, control network technology, internet technology and other technologies, as well as the inevitable trend of the development of instrument industry. With the rapid development of PLC technology, its function is more perfect, the application field is gradually expanded, and the problems in practical application are gradually solved. With the increasing status in the field of industrial automation control, PLC will be an important guarantee and support for the development of industrial automation in the future. In order to promote the further development of China's industry, we should vigorously promote the application of PLC control technology in industrial automation production, so that China's industrial technology continues to develop. Thank you.
research on software development and test environment automation based on Android platform. 李秀萍 Xi'an International University. Content Part 1 Abstract. Part 2 Introduction. Part 3 Software development test environment based on virtualization architecture. Part 4 Design requirement of Android software ultimate test platform. Part 5 Conclusion. Part 1 Abstract. With the advent of the mobile internet era, the quality of Android application software and the level of user experience have become the key factor that determine the success or failure of market competition. The construction of the software development and testing environment is an important part of the whole software development process. It's imperative to use machine instead of manpower to complete complicated tests that require precision. The concept of automated testing arose at the historic moment. The construction of software development and testing environment is an important link in the whole software development process. Different versions of the operating system, databases, network servers, and application servers, combined with different system architecture, make the type of software testing environment to be construction various. The opening of Android system makes the development of Android software easier. Any developer, whether a professional company or an individual, can develop their own application. The combination of automated testing and manual testing make up for the shortcoming found in automated testing, which require a lot of initial investment and special personnel to maintain. Part 2 Introducing. The construction of software development and testing environment is an important part of the whole software development process. The combination of different versions of operating system, database, network servers, and application servers make the type of software testing environment to be built different. At present, the mobile internet is in a period of rapid development. No one expects its growth rate. Android, a smartphone platform, has developed rapidly due to its characteristic of openness, rich hardware choice, freedom from operator and developer. With the diversity of software opening environment, the complexity of config various relate parameters and the compatibility of testing software, the construction of software development and testing environment become more complex and frequent. Application software is indispensable in the use of mobile phone. Especially today, smartphones have become an indispensable part of the development of mobile phone. The opening of Android system make Android software development easy. Any developer, be it a professional company or individual, can develop their own application and share them with others. Part 3. Software development test environment based on virtualization architecture. Except for the opening environment of various mobile phone systems, the other is the same as the traditional software. However, in the development phase, the same test as normal software test methods are still required. In the test process, according to the article's situation, the test count lists all the test cases. A few representative cases can only be selected from a large number of test cases to represent other values not listed in this category. Software quality must be improved, and software testing is an important and effective means to either software quality. Each product can be encapsulated into a class, and each base class can encapsulate the common attribute of each product. A large number of errors in the test occur at the boundary of the input and output range, rather than inside the input and output range. Then we need to focus on writing test case for boundary condition. Each test program contains one or more test cases for special type of component, where the test methods are specially defined. At the same time, we should study the current standard and specification and checks whether the product specifics are applicable to the correct standard, whether they conflict with the standard and specifics, and whether there are any omissions. This is the figure. Figure 1. This figure shows the relationship between name, node size, and date node size. Part 4. Design, requirement, and Android software ultimate test platform. In order to standardize the workflow and ensure the development quality of ultimate test case, the quality of software product has certain special characteristics, which is very different from the quality inspection of other product and computer hardware products in the same field are also different. It is responsible for analyzing testing script, executing testing task, realizing testing case, reporting testing result, and reporting testing lag. The client program in the test framework passed the test case to the server program. The computer software codes, according to the test rule, execute in the computer environment and automatically verified and the response and behavior of the test program. Part 5. Conclusion. The combination of automated testing and manual testing not only make up for the deficiencies found in automated testing, but also show the shortcoming of flow efficiency and large duplication of work in manual testing. With the increasing complexity of software, the program of low efficiency and low accuracy of manual testing are gradually exposed. Software testing automation can not only save human resources, but also more important, it can discover the functional defect and user experience relate problem of application software fast and easier and shorten the important period. These people study a new type of automatic testing system, which not only meets the requirement of cross-application and cross-requirement testing, but also does not judge the test result according to the graphic interface. To some extent, the software development based on Android system has the complexity of PC software. So in order to ensure the quality of such software, efficient test is very important. During Android testing, the screenshot is obtained and transmitted to the server, and the similarity comparison of the image is complete at the server, and the completion of the test is given by comparing and screenshot sequence of the operation. Thank you for listening.
I'm glad to give you the report. The title is Sports Information Communication Model based on Network Technology. I'm Guohua Shao. I'm from Physical Education Institute of Inner Mongolia Normal University. There are 5 parts in my report. 1. Introduction. 2. Communication model of sports information service platform. 3. Sports information dissemination elements. 4. Empirical analysis. 5. Conclusion. Part 1. Introduction. Currently belongs to the information age and the Internet to accelerate the upgrading of the information age. Network technology as a characteristic of the modern means of communication and the economic forms gradually penetrate into people's life, study, work, and recreation and fitness field. This paper aims at the research of sports information communication mode in order to explore the reform way of sports information communication mode from the perspective of network technology. Here are the research work done by others. In this paper, based on analyzing the sports information service platform and transmission mode of sports information dissemination elements, constructs the evaluation index system of sports information communication mode in order to improve the sports information dissemination mode of our country to provide the feasible advice. Part 2. Communication model of sports information service platform. 2.1 Service platform conclusion main body. The sports fitness information service platform, based on the related sports venues, sports audience, to participate in fitness activities such as badminton, basketball, indoor swimming pool, futsal soccer field, tennis court, O2O loop to booking online and offline activities, back online comment form of sports communication. The main body of a sports fitness information service platform is divided into the government to buy services such as sports information service platform and cooperative sports information service platform. We can see the main body of sports fitness information service platform from this figure. (2.2) Communication object of sports fitness information service platform. The object of the sports information service platform construction of communication mainly includes all objects except platform operation and maintenance of venues, cooperation. The communication objects include sports enthusiasts, sports organizer, industry partners. Here is the figure of O2O, online and offline interactive communication roadmap. (2.3) Sports Fitness Information Service Platform Carrier. At present, the network media information service platform construction of sports mainly at the official website of mobile phone, app, WeChat, microblog, public account, which is currently the 4 major areas of information platform service providers, launch the main content. Here is Table 1, Physical Fitness Information Service Platform of the Network Media Carrier. Part 3, Sports Information Dissemination Elements. The basic information dissemination process is completed. Usually requires 3 elements of information source, information, and information in this process. The source is the 7th point of the communication process as the main factors in the dominant position, is the sponsor of communication activities. To some extent, the quality and quantity of the dissemination of the contents of the source is the key to determine the success or failure of a communication activity and the effectiveness of the spread of the key as shown in Figure 3. Here is Figure 3, Sports Event Information Dissemination Source. Here is Figure 4, the process of sports information dissemination. (3.1) Information dissemination of sports ink. The sync refers to the audience or the receiver. The receiver is the information dissemination activities of various types of reflection, and the destination is one of the 2 poles of the communication process and plays an important role in the communication process. A complete transmission of information sent by the source only to reach the destination is not complete. Not only that, the destination information or products to consumers, the two communicators of information content, feedback, communication activities of the participants, and the communication effect. Therefore, the organizing committee on the publicity work should be taken into account when the sync according to the predict their psychological needs. (3.2) Channels of information dissemination of a sports event. Investigation of the audience access to information channels are all conductive to the organizing committee of the event in the event of information publicity strategy. Focus on the choice of the mass media. We can see Table 2, list of TV programs that the audience likes to watch during the league. Part 4, Empirical Analysis. 4.1, Construction of the Evaluation Index System of Sports Information Communication Mode. The factors that affect the communication effect of sports information based on network technology in our country are mainly caused by the differences of age, gender, occupation, and education level. Here is Figure 6, Evaluation Index System of Sports Information Communication Mode. (4.2) Determine the weight of evaluation index. The determination of the index weight had the following 3 steps. You can see the 3 steps here. Here is Table 3, calculation results of each index weight. Part 5, Conclusion. With the development of a computer network, we should strengthen the comprehensive quality of the employees in order to serve the public and guide the masses. Government-led Internet users to participate in the construction of multimedia network sports communication environment, building a harmonious network of sports information dissemination environment. The development of a sports website business model expand the business partner, repositioning of the commercial operation of the sports website model. playing the old concept, improve the connotation of sports website operation mode. Okay, this is the end of my report. Thank you very much for your listening.
Analysis of computer graphics and image design in visual communication design. Abstract. In the process of visual communication design, graphics and images are the most basic elements. Computer graphics and images using the relevant hardware equipment and processing technology, software, etc. can further improve the level of visual communication. At present, graphics and image design has gradually become an important part of the visual communication design process, and also presents significant information characteristics in order to study the related contents and the main design methods of computer graphics and image design in visual communication design. This paper mainly analyzes the main contents, application advantages, and design methods of computer graphics and image design. The results show that computer graphics and image design can consolidate the effect of visual communication design, and computer graphics and image design has the advantages of visual communication design, significant and advantages, such as easy to change, preview of finished product, unique image, etc. In addition, computer graphics and image design is widely used in visual communication, such as text design and illustration design and packaging design. Therefore, in the future, we should continue to maintain this advantage in the process of computer graphics and image design, so that the design methods of computer graphics and images can be further optimized and its practical value can be improved. Keywords: visual communication, computer graphics, and image design analysis. In today's society, the relevant requirements for graphic image design are gradually improved, and taking computer as a design career adds new vitality to graphic image design. However, in the process of computer graphics and image design, many designers only focus on computer design technology but ignore the graphic and image design art itself. One, visual communication design and computer graphics design related content analysis. 1.1 Basic contents of visual communication and computer graphics design. Overview of visual communication design. Visual communication is an important way to spread information in human society. People mainly use visual symbols to transmit and ultimately achieve the purpose of information sharing and communication. The main purpose of visual communication design is for people to appreciate appreciated, so the design content also has the role of visual communication. Visual communication design contains a wide range of related content, in addition to printing art, commercial design, advertising design, display and politics and other related content. Vision in the concept of visual design includes two aspects. First, a subjective feeling produced by human sensory organs under the action of light. It represents a special meaning of image design. Computer graphics and image design content. The design process of computer graphics and images needs to be guided by specific design objectives and created in color information, graphic image information, and other aspects by using relevant computer technology. From the point of view of computer graphics design, the designer can fully use the computer graphics technology in the design process, so long as it can fully use the computer graphics technology in the design process. At present, there are many kinds of graphic and image design softwares commonly used by computer graphic and image designers for different application fields. The image processing software used is also different. 3D Max, Flash, Auto-CD, PS are common computer graphics and image processing software. 1.2 Advantages of computer graphics in visual communication design. In the process of visual communication, computer graphics and image design has a very significant advantage, mainly in the following aspects: integrating the visual communication effect into the computer graphics and image design process. We can replay and calculate the graphic image design content from the perspective of visual communication, so that the designed graphics and images have unique characteristics. Designers can express their own unique thinking in the process of computer graphics and image design. Even if there are design errors, they can also use software to make timely changes. There is almost no design waste phenomenon. Not to mention the consumption of paper. Computer image graphic design can preview the finished product. After preview the designed works, designers can change the content of their previous design with the help of computer software. Pay attention to the simplicity of design and compare the works before and after modification in the same interface. Analysis of the application of computer graphics design in visual communication design. 2.1 Application of text design related technology. In the process of computer graphics and image design, text belongs to the most simple visual communication factor. Computer-related technology is used to design and process visual communication text. Photoshop is a common graphics and image design software, referred to as PS. The software for text design tools, including size, color, and illustrations, can be customized according to user needs. For example, designers can use PS software to make diversified changes to the text, adjust the word spacing so as to enhance the effect of visual communication. From the perspective of visual communication, computer graphics design can improve the performance of the text, consolidate the artistic effect of the text, and avoid being too monotonous. (2.2) Application of illustration design related technology. The image resources of visual communication include illustration, and drawing, etc. If the picture is not processed, it will be dull, monotonous, and inactive. In order to further strengthen the application effect of illustration in visual communication, the original state of pictures is changed by means of computer graphics and image design method. For example, in the illustration design, the illustration designer needs to use the computer graphics and image design software to color the illustrations, use the pencil to draw the basic structure of the illustration, and then combine with the computer graphics and image software to fill the colors in the drawing. 2.3 Application of packaging design related technologies. In our daily life, packaging design is the most common visual communication factor. Various packaging design can be seen everywhere in shops and shopping malls, such as clothing, video packaging, etc. Consumers generally see packaging design first. If packaging design itself has great attraction, it will stimulate consumers' interest in consumption. On the shelves of shopping malls, there are a variety of goods that have been designed for packaging, and many of them need to use computer graphics and image software to deploy images. Analysis of computer graphics design technology in visual communication design. (3.1) Hardware equipment required for computer graphics and image design. (3.2) Analysis of computer graphics and image design technology. The common design methods in the process of computer graphics image design include the following. First, sharpening processing method to increase the quality of object content in the image. The image needs to be sharpened in the process of processing. The gray value of the point needs to be increased. Fidelity. The gray value of the processing point and the value of the surrounding 8 points are processed, and then the result that and the gray level of the original image are processed. The value is added, which gives the gray value of the point to be processed. Second, flat processing is to process the flower points in the image. This processing method needs to sort the points to be processed and the 8 points around them, and then the value of the middle position is taken as the gray value of the point. Third, compression change processing. The purpose of image compression is to make the subjective visual feeling and data in the image, and finally realize the purpose of compressing the image by changing the image description mode. Image compression includes compression and lossless compression, in which the loss compression method ignores the visual insensitive parts so as to improve the compression rate. The compression rate of lossless compression is usually not high compared with the former. The following are the process of losing compression and decompression. Conclusion. With the continuous development of computer technology, graphics and image design methods based on computer technology can provide better visual experience for people. In the process of visual communication design, computer graphics and image design technology with its own unique methods and characteristics show greater advantages, not only to improve the effect of visual communication, but also to enhance the practical value of great image design. With obvious feasibility in the process of visual communication design, computer graphics and image design should give full play to the advantages of computer technology, so that its advantages in all aspects of visual communication can be maintained, and finally, the expression level of graphics and images can be improved.
Hello, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Lian Xia. The topic of my paper is the relationship between external search breadth and process innovation performance under the background of big data. The second author is Yu Jiangman. We all come from Shanghai University Business School. Now, I will introduce the research background. Under the impact of big data, how to accurately, efficiently, and documentedly analyze the impact of external knowledge on innovation results has become a realistic problem facing organizations. Most research is also full of contradictions about how external search breadth affects corporate innovation performance. Although attention resource limitation is widely regarded as a key factor that hinders enterprises from effectively acquiring, absorbing, and integrating the external knowledge. How to weaken the negative influence of attention resource on external search strategy is rarely discussed. Compared with product innovation, process innovation involves more tacit knowledge, which is not easy to be transferred to innovation and is more likely to bring competitive advantage to the organization. It's particularly important to study the relationship between external search and process innovation. Therefore, this paper analyzes the relationship between external search breadth and process innovation from the perspective of organizational learning theory and attention-based view. First, this paper analyzes the relationship between external search breadth and enterprise process innovation performance. Second, this paper examines the moderating effect of factors affecting attention distribution. Finally, to ensure the robustness of empirical results, this paper uses both the ordered counting model and the Poisson distribution model and examines the endogeneity of the sample. Now I will introduce two definitions. The first is the external search strategy. The external search strategy is an active way for organizations to solve problems involving the creation and restructuring of technological ideas. The external search strategy can be characterized by the breadth and the depth of knowledge search. The external search breadth represents the number of different organization sources from which enterprise seeks knowledge, while the external search depth is the extent to which the enterprise searches knowledge from each external topic. The second definition is process innovation. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development defines process innovation as a new or significantly improved way of producing or delivering, including major changes in technology, equipment, or software. The main purpose of process innovation is to shorten production time, reduce operating costs, and increase operational flexibility. Compared with product innovation, process innovation is more complex. The development of process innovation is also slower, requiring more trial and error and experience. Now I will introduce the research framework. The main effect is the relationship about external search breadth and process innovation performance. We think the relationship between external search breadth and process innovation performance is inversely U-shaped. And we also choose two moderate factors. The first one is executive tenure. And we think executive tenure positively moderates the relationship between external search breadth and process innovation performance. And the second factor, moderating factor, is financing constraints. And we think finance constraints negatively moderate the relationship between external search breadth and process innovation performance. Now I will introduce the theoretical and the research hypothesis. Although the advantages brought by the breadth of knowledge search are obvious, this study believes that there is a negative correlation between the two factors. First, due to the limited ability of enterprises to absorb knowledge, the effective understanding and rational integration and application of diverse external knowledge may make external search negatively affect the process innovation performance of enterprises. Second, with the increase of external search breadth of enterprises, the difference of knowledge is gradually increasing, which increases the difficulty of knowledge exchange and combination among enterprises. Third, because the manager's attention resources are limited, the manager can only allocate limited attention resources, and it's impossible to make full use of external knowledge. Finally, tacit knowledge and an important strategic resource owned by an organization is difficult to transfer or replicate. Therefore, the tacit knowledge obtained in the external search must be accompanied by the loss of substantive knowledge. making the cost of external search exceed the benefits it brings. So we have the first hypothesis. The relationship between external search brands and process innovation performance is inversely U-shaped. And we also have two moderator factors. From the previous analysis, it's known that the limited attention of managers is one of the key antecedents that lead to the negative effect of external search brands. Participants and organizational resources are important factors influencing the organization's attention distribution and also constitute an important part of the attentional structure distribution. This paper selects the executive tenure and financing countries as a proxy variables of the participants and the organizational resource. So I will introduce the moderating factor of executive tenure and the financing effect. The executive tenure is one of important factors affecting the decision-making behavior of managers, which may affect the acquisition and absorption of external knowledge. First, managers with different tenures have different reserves of knowledge about enterprises and external environment, which affects the selection and elimination of information required by managers in enterprise process innovation. Long-term managers have a deep understanding of corporate culture and internal resources, and have a deep understanding of the types of external knowledge required by enterprises. Secondly, managers with different tenures have different concerns. Managers with long-term tenure pay more attention to the development of long-term goals of the company due to the stability of positions and salary. So they will pay more attention to the use of knowledge that is conducive to enterprise innovation. The short-term managers will focus more on improving the short-term performance of the company and ignoring the long-term value of a company. So we have hypothesis 2. Executive tenure positively moderates the relationship between external search brands and process innovation performance. The increase of financing countries makes the financial capital of enterprises limited, which encourage enterprises to pay more attention to the use of internal knowledge, reduce the participation of enterprises in other co-organizative activities, and reduce the efficiency of enterprises in identifying, absorbing, integrating, and using external knowledge. In financial markets with high financing countries, due to the restriction of funds, enterprises will pay more attention to the use of existing resources and knowledge within the enterprise. So we have hypothesis 3. Financing countries negatively moderate the relationship between the external search brands of firms and process innovation performance. Now I introduce the research done. The data is taken from the World Bank's 2014 survey data on private enterprises in India. The survey data consists of two parts. The first part mainly investigates the investment environment and financial data of the company. The second part is the innovation of follow-up survey data. In order to ensure the validity or the robustness of the empirical results, this paper delays the sample of the services industry after matching the two parts of the data according to the enterprise code, only retains the sample of the manufacturing industry, and delays the missing value of the corresponding variables. And finally, the sample have 395 companies in 19 subsectors. And we use the ordered counting model, and in order to ensure the robustness of the estimation results, we also examine the endogeneity of the sample and use the basic model portion and the robustness test of the sample. Since the main effect assumed in this paper is an inverse U-shaped relationship, and the hypothesis of regulating the relationship of this curve is proposed, this paper adopts the three-step method of conforming the U-type relationship proposed by Hans. In addition, in order to avoid the model being S-type, it is also necessary to guarantee the cubic coefficient of this independent variable in equation 2 non-significant. Therefore, the final model of this paper is shown in equation 3 and equation 4, just like this. And in table 1, this table shows the descriptive statistics. And it can be seen that the external search breadth and process innovation performance are not significantly positively correlated, and the first tests are needed. And in the regression results, and we can say the hypothesis 1 is proposed, and the hypothesis 2 is supported. But hypothesis 3 is not supported. And also in model 4, we can say the cubic coefficient is not significant, indicating that there is no S-type relationship between the external search breadth and the process in the innovation performance. And in inverted U-shaped type test, we can say the inverted U applicability test in model 1 and model 2 are significant. The turning point is also significant. And to further prove whether the modulating effect of the manager tenure on the external search breadth and the process innovation performance is as expected, we draw the modulating effect diagram, just like this. And we can say we get the same conclusion. And in robustness test, we also get the same conclusion, just like this. Hypothesis 1 is supported, hypothesis 2 is supported, and the hypothesis 3 is not supported. This is the U-typed test. So now we get our conclusions. With the advent of the era of big data, this article starts from the perspective of knowledge search channels. This paper selects the 2014 World Bank survey data of private enterprises in India. Based on the integration perspective of organizational learning theory and the attentional view, examines the inverted U-type relationship between external search breadth and the process innovation performance, and the moderating effect of attention distribution process. And we get the following inspirations. Enterprises should follow the market trend, learn and absorb external knowledge, and control the external search breadth. Enterprises should control the external search breadth, effectively avoiding the negative effects brought by extensive knowledge search effect. Enterprises should constantly improve relevant management system and extend the term of talented executives. As an important part of human resources, managers, especially executives, have become increasingly prominent in the decision-making and modern organizations. Enterprises should actively explore and discover other factors that affect the attention distribution of enterprises to improve the benefits brought by external knowledge. Okay, that's all. Thanks for listening.
Hi, we would like to thank organized committee authors and Professor Pippa Smart, a published consultant at PSP Consulting and also the editor-in-chief of the journal Learning Publish. She kindly accepted our invitation to act as the keynote speaker and derived from experience and expertise will share with us some trends insight about the scholar published landscape. We also appreciate the support provided by the Europa Alliance Innovation or conference organized, especially Helena Davidova, the conference management, and Carlos Valiente, one of our steering committee members. I would also like to announce the best paper for this second edition of Dione, Fostering Up Data Using Blockchain Technology, of the authors Simon Tischner, Matthias Hupper, Katharina Zelk, Markus Becker, Laura Schouten, and Volker Skwarek. Finally, I would like to inform that in 2022 terms, the 30th edition of Dione in Florianópolis, Brazil. Bye, everyone, and be well.